Maybe. Good morning. I'd like to call the November 28th regular council meeting to order. We don't have anybody registered for open mic. Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. Councillor Aberley is with us. We just don't have her on video feed. Item 6, consent agenda. Councillor Nielsen. Sorry. Oh, the one that you voted in, the one you voted in favor to approve? Okay. Make sure your mic's on first. Perfect.
I have 2 items I'd like to have added to the agenda.
What are we looking at?
They both fall in camera under section 17.
I thought you were just helping Councillor Nielsen along. Both in camera?
Both in camera.
Both section 17?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for entertaining my...
Of course. Looking for 2/3 consent. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will make a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Councillor Billingsley, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. Item 6, consent agenda. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council accepts the consent agenda without debate. Budget deliberation minutes, November 7th, 2022. Budget deliberation minutes, November 8th, 2022. Budget deliberation minutes, November 9th, 2022. Regular council meeting minutes, November 14th, 2022. Council committee and attendance reports, October to November 2022. And council action task summary as of November 12th, 2022.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 9, Committee of the Whole. Staff reports for information from the RCMP quarterly report on Q2 2022. Welcome. Just make sure the mic is on, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. We've got a slideshow here at some point. So. Okay, so first slide, everybody's seen this before. We're actually doing quite well as far as our resources go. We are basically full besides 2 soft vacancies on the general duty side of the house, and we've got incoming members for those positions. They're just waiting to sell houses from their previous detachments. We've got 1 hard vacancy, which is still the inspector's position. Have not heard yet if anybody's been named for that position. So I'm filling that chair until somebody is. Our school resource officer is in place. He's been doing wonderfully in the schools in and around the area. We're quite happy to have him. He's doing quite a few drug presentations right now, and we've also had a number of gang presentations delivered to the staff of the schools, especially the high school here in the city. Our criminal analyst position's still in staffing action. We have a temporary employee that's been assigned to us, but we're still looking for a permanent person to fill that position. Our sergeant promotion job action is currently in the selection stage. I have made a selection. It's now going through the National Promotions Unit for rationales. I'm hoping they'll have that person identified within the next couple of weeks, but they are quite backlogged, so that's maybe wishful thinking on my part, but we want to get this person in place as soon as we can. Next slide, please. We're looking pretty good as far as our criminal code offenses. Persons crimes are down 14%, other criminal code down 30%, which is quite good. As usual, we're still having problems with our property crime, which includes the stolen vehicles and the break-and-enters. This isn't just a Wetaskiwin problem, this is a province-wide problem, this is a Canada problem right now. I really don't know what the solution is. We're working really hard with our crew teams. We've been executing search warrants, we've been laying charges, we've been putting people in jail. However, I think based on the situation with our economy right now and also the increasing drug problems that we have within the province, those two things are really fueling the fact that we're having so many break-and-enters and vehicles being stolen. So as you can see there, our break-and-enters are up 38%. That's 60 more than last year at this time. And our theft of motor vehicles is up 73%, so 47 more instances than last time. We're coming into the cold weather now, which is, again, a problem because a lot of people are still leaving their vehicles unlocked. They're going out, they're starting their cars, they're leaving them on the driveway, and it's just a crime of opportunity. So people are getting in and they're taking off, and the poor person doesn't have a vehicle on the driveway when they come out after about 2 minutes. So we're going to try to do some more public campaigning again, put it on our Facebook page, try to get the message out that, you know, remote starting is one thing, but if you go out there and you leave your keys in the vehicle running, it's probably not going to be there when you come out. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, persons crimes were down. Other property crimes up 16% for the last 5 years, and 18% difference between last year and this year. Other criminal code offenses were down 30% from last year, which is great. I think a lot of that has to do with the more minor offenses, the cause disturbance and stuff like that. We've noticed a big difference since the shelter's been opened, especially in the last couple of months here, where we don't have as many people loitering, we don't have as many people being in businesses after hours in the vestibules sleeping. Our officers haven't had to go and create a file for having to remove people from certain places that they shouldn't be, and those all contribute to that other criminal code area of stats there. Next slide, please. So again, break-and-enters, we're up 38% over last year. Theft of motor vehicles, we're up 73% over last year. Theft under, we're down 14%. You'll notice the possession of stolen goods. That number is good. We want to see that number high. That means we're laying charges. So that means that we're actually catching people with the stolen property. So you want to see that number increasing, and it has 41% over last year. The arson, we're up 40%. We've had 4 more occurrences from last year. Again, some of those stats aren't what they may appear. It could be a bale fire out in an encampment. It could be a garbage can lit on fire. It's not necessarily somebody burning down somebody's house or damaging their property in that sense. Our sexual offenses are up considerably again. I think that was in the last slide. There we go. I've looked at the files. There's really no trends here. I can't seem to figure out what's going on, other than I think people are just in this day and age comfortable to report that something has happened. There's really no correlation that I'm finding, but yes, the sex assaults are up by 1 from last year, and year to date in the last 3 years they've gone up. But the other sexual offenses, those would include possibly child luring or invitation to sexual touching, stuff like that. So they're being reported. The unfortunate thing is they are happening. I can't seem to figure out what the trend is here. There's really none. It's unfortunately, this is just maybe it's just an off year, but yeah, we're up 217% for other sexual offenses, which is somewhat disturbing. There's really no way of preventing that other than campaigning, I guess, and getting the word out. But I can also say, too, that it's good that they are getting reported because they're being investigated, and we are laying charges for a majority of them. So, and our annual performance plan at the back there, we're plugging along. So our initiatives, again, were visibility, property crime and drugs, and community engagement. We've had outstanding participation from the members for the city patrols. We're up 663 patrols during Q2. The rural patrols, so that would be the County of Wetaskiwin, County of Camrose, 325. Our special patrols are things like our ATVs, our snowmobiles, our boat patrols. We did 3 this last quarter. Traffic initiatives were down a little bit, but they're going to be ramping up here. We're getting into the holiday season, Christmas parties and stuff like that, so we'll be pushing the check stops and the impaired driving initiatives pretty hard this month. Curfew checks, we had 15. Hotspot checks, 53. I can say our curfew book is pretty slim right now. We've got a lot of people in jail or on warrant status, so we don't have a lot of people that we're actually needing to check, which is a good thing. But that number does fluctuate depending on how many people we have in our book to go and locate. So, specialized operations, that's more our crew and GIS units. They could be doing dust buys, they could be doing the bait program and stuff like that. Media events, we just got our new SRO member trained to start updating our Facebook page, and he's also taken the media relations course. So you're going to start seeing a lot more media releases coming out from us now that we've got a member trained. Youth interactions, we're down a little bit from last quarter. We had 17 last quarter, and that was to do with all of the school presentations that we did right off the hop when school was kind of in session. So we did a bunch of the gang presentations to the staff. We've done some drug presentations. We've got a few more scheduled upcoming here for this next quarter. And community interactions, we did 5. So we're on track for meeting our goals here so far, and Q3 is looking good so far as well. So, any questions that I can answer?
Entertain a motion to accept his information, and then we can get into questions if you'd like. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions through the chair. How do you define assault?
So
Please.
it's direct force applied to another person, and it's intentional force. So it could be as simple as a push, it could be as simple as a slap, a punch. There's different degrees of charges that we lay for assault. So just assault itself would be something like a push, maybe even a punch where there's no significant injuries. And then we start moving up to, we have assault with a weapon. Could be something as I could stab you, or I could throw something at you. I could throw a cell phone at you, but it's an object used in that assault. Assault causing bodily harm. Somebody's injuries are significant enough to be considered bodily harm. So it could mean that they went for stitches, they had some sort of medical treatment that required further care. And then you get into the aggravated assaults where it's a substantial injury where that person's probably going to be affected for the rest of their lives. So there's different degrees, but a basic assault is just a force being applied to another person intentionally.
So if Dean pushes me and I say I want to lay a charge, you have to open a file?
Yes, we would have to investigate any allegation of assault. Now, whether we lay charges or not, at the end of the day, that's up to our discretion, and obviously if it's something where we can't come to a mediation or agreement on, we would be consulting with Crown. But a simple push where there's no injuries, we would have to question the reason for you reporting that to the police, and maybe there's a backstory to it. But
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason I asked that question was sometimes statistics can be misleading.
Yes.
When you say we have this many assaults, but
Yes.
it makes us sound really bad.
It does,
But at the
yeah.
same time, I don't want to lessen that, but it's not as bad as it seems.
That's correct.
Okay. I have just one other question. You're going to ramp up during the Christmas season about with stop checks and things, but how much actual traffic enforcement is done within the city of Wetaskiwin, or do you rely on our peace officers to do that?
No, we're out and about. When we're not actively going to calls, responding to calls for service, the expectation of the members is that they are out there self-generating. So
Okay.
they're out there pulling over vehicles, they're doing the traffic stops. They may not be running radar in the city, but it just depends time-wise what they've got on the go. We have to prioritize, right? We kind of
Of course.
triage what we're having to do. We've relied quite heavily in the past on the traffic unit that has worked out of Wetaskiwin, and unfortunately, they're down to one member right now due to injuries, people off on Matt and Pat and whatever. So it's pretty hard to run a traffic unit with one member. So our city guys and our rural guys are having to kind of pick up that extra slack that they would normally have provided that service in and around Wetaskiwin. But we're doing our best. When we have the time, we would love to see our guys out there pulling, like I said, pulling over cars. It may not necessarily be writing tickets, but you just never know what you're going to get out of a traffic
Right,
stop.
okay.
So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. I specifically wanted to speak to the sexual assaults and other sexual offenses portion because that's really scary that it's gone up 217%. You were telling us about how there was a police officer that's been helping with different presentations in schools for gangs and for drugs and
Yes.
all of that. And I was wondering if you guys would be considering kind of doing a consent program as well, because there have been significant decreases in sexual-based offenses in schools that have taught consent from an early age. And so I'm wondering if that's something that we can start looking at for preventative
yeah,
measures.
absolutely. I can look and see. I'm sure there's presentations that exist, but if not, I can get our school resource officer engaged in that, and we can certainly see what we can come up with. We can float it to the schools, see if there's an interest from the school, and absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely, thank you. And also with that, as well as teaching kids how to report sexual offenses as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, the numbers are high. It's good that it's being reported. It's unfortunate that there are so many instances. Like I said, there's really no rhyme or reason as to what I'm seeing as far as trends go. It's, yeah, so.
For sure, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. My questions, I guess the first one is to deal with the gang presentation. So, is there an increasing degree of concern with regard to gang activity in our community?
I wouldn't say that. I think this was actually the school initiated, where they came to us requesting to have their staff trained as to what to look for and the different activities that may be going on in the area. I wouldn't say that there's an increase. It definitely exists in the community, and we're just trying to educate staff on trying to mitigate some of that risk before it happens. There are certain flags, red flags, that can present themselves, and so that's what we were trying to educate the staff in looking for, so we can kind of nip it in the butt before it becomes a serious issue.
Okay, thank you. My next question is related to domestic violence, and something you probably wouldn't be aware of is this council did some extensive work to get the DART program running out of Camrose in support of domestic abuse and violence. And that pilot project, according to FCSS, had a pretty significant uptake in terms of disclosures. Since that time, that pilot project has shut down.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if you have seen anything from your end with regard to a change in the data or statistics you have with regard to domestic violence.
Something I can get back to you on. I did provide some stats specifically to domestic violence here a couple months back, but I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're looking for. So I can maybe get a better idea
Okay.
of what you're needing, and I can certainly provide you
Great,
with
thank
that.
you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair, the province last year or the year before gave the extra 10 members to the detachment.
Yes.
That's going to expire end of 2023.
Yes.
So do we need as a council to prepare for this? Has there been any talk about extending it? Is there any
Yes.
talk of needing it?
And I'm sorry, I know it's in the works on our end. We have been in discussions. I've been in discussions with district. I've been in discussions with our OSB. I've been working with Paul as of recently to get you some numbers and some more budgeting type things if this was to continue. I will get back to you on that as soon as I am kind of updated on that. I'm kind of waiting to get an update from district as to where we're sitting with those. I'm certainly hoping that that will continue and we can keep those resources because they've certainly done wonders for the detachment and the area. So at this point, no, there's nothing that we need from you guys. We're collecting stats. I think it's going to be a matter of seeing the positive results, especially from the crew side of the house. And we are in the process of gathering all of that right now and presenting it to districts. So.
Wonderful, thank you.
Anything else? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nine B, Manluk Center service levels and staffing capacity. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Gandam and members of council. I'm here this morning to provide an update on Manluk service levels and staffing capacity. So on October 11th, council approved a reduction in service levels at the Manluk Center by closing the facility on Sundays from October 16th until the end of November. So that was in response to the ongoing lifeguard shortage across the province. And since October, unfortunately, we have had an additional 3 lifeguards resign. Despite our recruitment efforts, no new lifeguards have been hired. So what we have been doing for some recruitment and retention efforts, we have added an additional full-time lifeguard 3 position. So that would give us a total of 4 lifeguard 3s. Right now, 2 of those positions are filled, and we are actively recruiting for the 2 open lifeguard 3 positions. Yeah, so job postings, we are continuing to post on all the relevant job boards, which include ARPA, RFP, the city's website. Communications as well has utilized the Pipestone Flyer and other newspapers in surrounding communities, such as Pinoca and Macomb. I checked with HR late last week, and there have been no applicants for those positions, unfortunately. Recruitment program, so we are scheduled to run a recruitment program in January, and that would be finished by the end of March. So right now we have 6 registered for that program, so that is really promising, but it's just a matter of getting those successful applicants through the program. We will also be reviewing staff compensation through the city's compensation survey to ensure that we are competitive within the region for similar lifeguarding positions. We've also been working with HR to review employment contracts with current staff to ensure that we are utilizing our staff in the most effective ways. We've also reached out to a couple neighboring municipalities at the potential for lifeguard sharing. So we did hear back from one municipality, and they would be interested in the option, but it would need to be explored further. So I've identified some challenges and advantages around that. Most of the challenges would be related to cost. So other municipalities pay their lifeguards more, so that would have to be addressed if we were looking at that option, as well as training. So they would need approximately 40 hours of shadow shifts to be able to work as a guard at our facility here. And then, of course, we would need to look into things like insurance and WCB as well. We have been networking with other groups and facilities in regards to these and other issues. So the staff attended the Northern Pool Managers meeting in Camrose, where it was discussed, and it was interesting that rural communities are getting hit the hardest with the lifeguard shortage. And we're pretty sure it's mostly the proximity that the cities have to post-secondary institutions. It's easy for students to work at an Edmonton pool while they're going to school, and it's a bit harder, obviously, for them to be commuting here to Wetaskiwin. So there's a couple options, obviously, to remain closed on Sundays and then to close on a weekday. So I have provided an attachment at the back, and the idea here was to give you folks a little more information about who attends on the different days and the different programming and the revenue that that brings in. So I'm hoping that that gives a better idea of, yeah, like our registered programming as opposed to our public swimming, you know, and more drop-in programming. And then at the end of that attachment, just really high level, so if we wanted to have our normal service levels, full programming, which includes things like aquafit classes, swimming lessons, group and private, Orca's Life Saving Club, and public swimming, that's about 4,800 hours, staffing hours a month that we need to fill to be able to offer all of that. And right now we are able to staff approximately 3,700 hours per month. So obviously the difference has been made up by closing the facility a day a week. We are offering less programming, and our 2 full-time staff members have been filling in a lot of evenings and weekends as needed. So I hope that that gives a little more information about why administration is recommending to stay closed on Sundays until we can get our staffing levels kind of back to a normal capacity. So with that, I will take any questions that you guys may have.
Sure. We'll just move to accept it as information, and then if there's a motion coming out of it, we can add it to new business.
I move that City Council directs administration to provide an update on the...
Nope.
Oh,
We're just gonna,
like do this, okay, never mind.
we'll just accept as information.
Okay, I move that City Council accepts the presentation as information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz.
Then I got a
Discussion?
question
Go
too.
ahead.
Yeah. So I just have a really quick question through the chair to Natasha. Why are we optioning Sunday instead of Friday? Because looking at it, there's only Orca's Focus Plus on that day, but there's only 2 participants on that day. We make the least amount of revenue on Fridays, and we have the least amount of people going through the facility out of all days of the week. So I'm just curious, why Sunday and not Friday?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Blatz. So Sunday was chosen mainly due to the current staff. Like even if we close on a Friday, say, and open on a Sunday, it's still going to require those 2 staff to work more weekends. There are just right now 2 of them, so you know, short term that might be doable, but I guess my concern still remains around staff morale and knowing that a lot of neighboring communities are hiring for similar positions right now. So,
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Natasha. Natasha, if these 2 permanent people were working weekends, they may be inclined not to want to work anymore, right? I mean, if all of a sudden I started and I had a 5-day work week and now all of a sudden you're asking me to work weekends all the time, the potential for them to look for employment elsewhere that may be paying $3 or $4 an hour more might happen. Is that what your feeling is?
yeah, through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that is my concern, right? They already are working less than ideal hours, right? They open the facility at 5:30 and they're there until 9 p.m. So, you know, there is a concern of turnover if we expect them to work weekends, you know, long term.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Natasha, through the chair. When you came a couple weeks ago, a suggestion that I made was to take a look at opening the pool later than 6 o'clock, and I didn't see any statistics or any information as to possibly opening up the pool at 8 o'clock instead of 6 o'clock, and I'm just wondering, was that considered? I don't see anything in here as far as information upon that.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, unfortunately opening the pool, you know, an hour or 2 later each day, it'll give us some, but it's not going to give us enough. And then also that would impact our lane swimmers and our aquafit groups. And those are more of our vocal groups. You know, they're coming every day for their lane swim before work or their workout upstairs in the gym before work. So.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue. So, already knowing, based on the work that's been done, that we are significantly below competitive rates with other pools, knowing that we are already experiencing difficulties, pardon me, beyond what's being suggested here, has there been any planning or strategizing relative to ensuring that we retain the staff that we do have? Because just as Councillor Elliott said, tomorrow, all our lifeguards could be gone, based on $3 an hour more. So I'm just wondering, it's one thing to say, yeah, we're going to continue recruiting, but if we're recruiting way below the competitive rate, our chances of recruiting become slim. The workload increases for our own local staff and less desirable working hours, potentially, increasing the likelihood of them leaving. So have we had any real discussions at this point with regard to changing rates of compensation to try and negate poaching of our swimmer, our lifeguards?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. We're doing a number of different things to help improve the culture. We are also, when we have trouble where we run a posting and we have nobody apply, we will often get HR to do a survey on those positions to see if we need to do a market adjustment. So we do this often, and if it gets to the point where we realize we're individually out in an area, we would come back to council and look at that. But I think in a year where we have the salary survey approved, Human Resources is looking at getting that out as quickly as possible so that we can have the information back as soon as we can. In this case, I found out Friday that we didn't have anybody apply, and so the next move would be talking to Human Resources and getting them to look at this individually sooner than later.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. If council would like to make a motion in new business looking for more information or having a report back in January, you just have to make that motion then. Thanks, Natasha.
Thank you.
Item 10, staff reports for decision. Welcome.
Good morning. So I'm here to report back the findings of reducing call responses for medical calls, motor vehicle accidents, and false alarms after the 6-month period. The report will also identify other initiatives that the Wetaskiwin Fire Service is undertaking to help mitigate our staff turnover and burnout. So on May 9th of 2022, a report was presented to council providing a strategy to potentially reduce the total call volumes in the Wetaskiwin Fire Department in an effort to mitigate burnout and turnover amongst the Wetaskiwin Fire Service staff. We were asked to report back after implementation of these strategies at 6 months and a year. The year is scheduled for May 2023. So these are the 6-month findings. For medical calls, the recommendation was to remove responding to Delta and Echo calls and only respond to request-only calls as determined by the responding EMS crews. It is our recommendation to leave the Delta and Echo determinants in, as these are the most serious or imminent calls. The results of this implementation, a decrease in medical calls from the previous year was by 44, May 9th, 2021 to October 27th, 2020. One saw 119 calls, May 9th, 2022 to October 27th, 2022 saw 75 calls. The reduction in response to motor vehicle accidents, the recommendation was to respond to incidents that involved entrapment or high velocity impacts. The results, there was actually an increase in the MVC calls from the previous year by 9. So May 9th, 2021 to October 27th, 2021 saw 56 calls, where May 9th, 2022 to October 27th, 2022 saw 65 calls. The reduction in response to false alarms, the recommendation was to begin invoicing for false alarm calls. The results, there was an increase in false alarm calls from the previous year by 85 calls. May 9th, 2021 to October 27th, 2021 saw 79 calls. May 9th, 2022 to October 27th, 2022 saw 164 calls. To date, there has been approximately 10 false alarm invoices sent, resulting in about almost $2,200 in revenue. There have been over 50 warning letters sent out. So the analysis and response, as you can see, in a 6-month period, the desired outcome from the changes was not achieved for 2 out of the 3 changes. This could be a result of only reporting after 6 months, or it could also be that call trends were changing during this time period. Wetaskiwin Fire Service will keep these changes in place and continue to monitor the numbers and report back after the full year, which will be in May of 2023. For false alarms, in addition to billing for concurrent false alarm calls, we're asking for approval to stop responding to the one-hit alarm calls. If dispatch receives a call from an alarm company in which there was only the call of an alarm going off and there's been no attempt at reaching the key holder, Wetaskiwin Fire Service is requesting not to be paged out. Once the alarm company has contacted the key holder on file to determine if there is an emergency or not, then the determination will be made if there is a need for the fire department response. If the alarm company cannot reach the key holder, the fire department will respond as we do today. This approach would align with the way that the RCMP respond to one-hit alarm calls currently. Service level inventory. Another strategy that is in progress is a review of the levels of service that the Wetaskiwin Fire Service provides to ensure that the services offered align with the staffing capacity and current resources. This will be achieved through the master plan completion, which has been carried forward to 2023. This work will also help identify key areas of growth, resource requirements, and ensure alignment to the Council's strategic plan. Furthermore, a review of mutual aid agreements will be completed to ensure that the Wetaskiwin Fire Service can continue to provide the agreed upon services and resources. The mental health benefit and supports. In February of 2022, $1,500 was allotted to Wetaskiwin Fire Service members for mental health resources. To date, this initiative is not being utilized by a significant number of members. Feedback collected from members indicates that it is costly to pay out of pocket first and then to be reimbursed. Others have indicated that it's not convenient when you're in that frame of mind that you have to go search for your own resources and pay for them and then be reimbursed. After some careful consideration of this feedback and some further research, Wetaskiwin Fire Service will be piloting a program where a psychologist will be available to them 24/7 for the members to contact confidentially without having to worry about billing. This program will also allow for the skills upkeep and training scenarios for peer support within the fire department and enforcement. This pilot program will run from November 1st, 2022 to November 1st, 2023, and will be grant funded. If this program shows successes and benefits to the employees in their mental health and well-being, we will then return to Council and request a redirection of the $1,500 mental health initiative to be put towards this program. Critical incident stress management. In November, Wetaskiwin Fire Service we have a critical incident stress management course for all fire department members that we're able to attend, as well as enforcement members and our mutual aid partners in the area. We also attended a Working Minds for First Responders course which was held virtually in the middle of November to provide more resources and tools to the staff. Full-time firefighter pilot program. A pilot program is being run with 3 full-time term positions to help provide staffing capacity administratively as well as operationally. The expectation is that these full-time members will help reduce some of the time stresses and give back some capacity to the paid-on-call members and their families. The shifts for the term positions will be Monday to Friday during our peak call volumes, which has shown to be from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Firefighter recruitment program. Over the last year, Wetaskiwin Fire Service have not had the capacity to conduct a proper recruitment campaign. A committee has been formed, and Wetaskiwin Fire Service will partner with the Human Resource and Communications departments to put on a comprehensive recruitment drive together for the upcoming year. This will include information sessions for the public about the fire department, who we are and what we do. Other items will include open houses and other events to promote the Wetaskiwin Fire Services and the need for members. The fire department is also working on bringing back previous members who have reached out and asked to return. These members were in good standing and have had to step away because of other circumstances. Other programs will involve fast-tracking those individuals who have had previous training and experience. Implementation of internal department review. An internal review was completed and presented to Wetaskiwin Fire Service in February of 2022. There were some easy wins for 2022 that were identified, and the majority of these items have been completed. The recommendations from this review have been put into an implementation plan, and we're working through the plan and timelines to meet or exceed these recommendations. We've also noted that we need to do more staff recognition. Fire Service Administration is also planning to increase the amount of annual recognition that we provide to all staff within Wetaskiwin Fire Service. With that, before any questions, starting off with the staff recognition, being a first responder poses unique challenges and demands a great amount of time and effort. The ability to be able to go above and beyond. Missed holidays, missed meals, missed time away from family and friends. Throw in a shortage, excuse me, of staff and resources. An increase in call volume, and this is what DC Plant has been navigating for almost a year. Along with these challenges, Alex has kept the fleet running, the staff safe, and so much more. We feel that a thank you is just not enough. You will not find an employee more committed and dedicated to this city, and for that, I'd like to present Alex and his wife Cindy with a small token of our appreciation.
That concludes your presentation.
It does, yes.
Looking for a motion? Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council directs administration to change the service level for medical fire response by responding to Delta and Echo determinants only.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair. So the original reduction in service was to remove these calls. And now you're suggesting going back to them because why?
So the way it was termed, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the way it was termed for AHS, Alberta Health Services, to remove the Delta and Echo and only respond to request only. So they were starting to call us for Alpha and Bravo lift assist, which is they've fallen out of their chair and they need to be picked up and put back in their chair. That, without our intervention, there's no further harm to that person. So we're calling people away from their work to go pick somebody up off the floor and put them back into a chair. Whereas the Delta and Echo calls are the calls that we can make a difference on, that we can intervene with CPR, we can intervene with oxygen, and those calls can save a life. So when we took out the Delta and Echo determinants, the calls went up because the medic units didn't want to go pick somebody up off the floor and put them into a chair. They wanted to utilize the fire department to do that, which increased our calls. Because it was by request only, so they requested us to go do those calls.
And so what changes then, in the sense that, so we put the Echo and Delta calls back in, but cannot you continue to get those extra calls?
But we can refuse the Alpha Bravo calls. So we've changed the determinant in, it's a program, it goes by Alpha Bravo Delta Charlie, and with AHS. And so we've changed it so that we will not respond to the Alpha Bravo calls, the non-emergent calls. We're an emergency response department responding to non-emergent calls. So by taking out the Alpha Bravo calls and leaving in the Delta Echo calls. Angela had mentioned about the statistics, and there was questions about the statistics as well. I don't feel that 6 months is long enough with these changes to put into place to see if it was actually the changes that made a difference in the call volume. It could just be trends. But with the Delta and Echo being an emergency response department, those are the calls that we should be responding to. So when it was taken out before, it was just the wording that they were taking advantage of the fire department by sending us to the Alpha Bravo calls, which are non-emergent.
And so how does Wetaskiwin Fire Services putting back in your Delta and Echo determinants impact ambulatory responses? Or does it?
It doesn't. They'll call us if we can make a difference. So with a Delta and Echo call, if the medic unit is 15 to 20 minutes away, they'll call us for the Delta and Echo calls. If they need extra hands to help with the call, they'll call us for the Delta and Echo calls. It's still assisting the medics, but it's also the benefit is the end user, the customer, the one who's having the emergency.
Thank you.
So it's not an automatic Delta or Echo response, it's by request or with a delay?
That's what was put in with the determinants.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the chief. So you determine whether you respond or not on the Delta and Echo calls, though. If they request a response, do you have to respond to the Delta and Echo calls?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, it's what we've agreed upon. So prior to me coming to the city, there was a list of determinants that was agreed upon when we signed up with the Medical First Response Program. And that is a direction from the city on what we respond to and what we don't. Right now, just because of the call volume and our minimal resources, we do listen to a lot of the calls. We look at the information. A lot of times I'll call dispatch to say, why were we requested? And sometimes we'll stand down.
Okay, yeah, that's just, it seems to me that Wetaskiwin Fire Services has been taken advantage of in the past, and with limited number of people able to respond, I just don't know if we should be responding all the time. If it's life-threatening, obviously, but if it's to assist with a lift or something, I agree with you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, sorry, just to go off of that as well. A lot of times we can't determine, because what I feel is an emergency, somebody that's going through the incident, we can't tell their emergency. So sometimes the calls do come in and it comes in as a Delta and Echo, because of what the patient has relayed, but we get there and it's not really. So we're still going to unfortunately have those calls, but we have been sifting through them to try and mitigate the calls that we don't need to respond to.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Next motion.
I move that City Council directs administration to stop responding to the first false alarm call as outlined in the report dated November 28, 2022, and that the Wetaskiwin Fire Service will make every effort to contact the key holder prior to responding.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to the chief. The false alarms, are they fire-related or is it all false alarms?
So through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the ones that we get, we could get carbon monoxide responses as well as fire-related. The break and enter ones we don't get.
So like if the alarm goes off at the bank, you don't respond to that?
If it's a fire alarm, we do.
But other than that, you don't respond to those kinds of, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Are there any other questions with respect?
I don't think so. Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Item 10B, electric vehicle charging station upgrade.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm going to make this short and sweet because my voice is not good. Pardon? No, that's okay. We had a project charter, an operating business case that was not presented with the budget deliberations, and so we wanted to bring that back. We told you we would bring it back prior to your budget approval today. So we did get confirmation that a slow charging electric vehicle charging station to replace the one out front that could allow us to charge people for use would cost about $10,000. That included the equipment, all of the installation, and it had a slight contingency included in that. The local person also has this piece in stock, whereas they don't at the higher, faster charging stations, which the next lowest one was about $70,000. And so we're bringing this forward for council's consideration. We're suggesting that it get funded from the stabilization reserve. And then I did find out from finance late last week that there is the potential to get 40% of this covered through a grant.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council approves the electric vehicle charging station project charter for $10,000 and fund it from the contingency reserve.
Correct.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
I guess for me, we've had many, many conversations about what is the business we're in. And we're not in the car sales business. I understand the whole sustainability thing and all the rest of it. But that onus and responsibility also rests with car dealerships that are selling electric vehicles. My concern is we'll spend $10,000 to charge people who are using the service now for free that may not want to use the service once we put a charge on it. And we will have potentially, in my mind, squandered $10,000. In terms of rate of return on a $10,000 investment, how long does it take until we recoup that $10,000? Would be a question that I would ask, and I'm not expecting with short notice that you would have that answer, sir.
We'd need $28 a day.
Okay.
Forever. Nope, just to recoup that $10,000. For a year, sorry. $28 a day for a year to recoup that $10,000. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I did a little bit of research on this. A slow charge, which is the 7.2 kilowatt charger that is being proposed, retails in the marketplace for about 27 cents a minute is what the going rate is. So if a person was to have a vehicle using our facility an hour a day, it would take less than 2 years to pay for it. And then I'm in agreement with your observation, your statement of as what are we in the business of. Currently, right now, there is only the charger that we have here and PV Mart is my understanding, knowing as well that other dealerships are putting in the charging stations. But they're not going to be up and running probably for another 6 months to a year before they're up and running. I am in support of either changing this to a pay service or shutting it down, because if we continue the way it is, it's probably costing us at least $10 per day to have it going, minimum. So either we're in, I truly don't believe that we should be giving away. I can't go down to the Wicket and ask for a $10 gasoline voucher. I don't understand why we would give away electricity.
Have you asked?
No, I have not. I will do that on the way out.
Councillor Elliott and then Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, I guess, to Sue, and you can just nod your head instead of speaking. But this was donated to us, correct? We got this from that company in Saskatoon or something. If I remember, we were at a conference and we talked to them. We were one of the first ones in Alberta to get the charging station. So it didn't cost us anything. Yes, people are using it now. Eventually, we might have our own green vehicles, which will require charging. And yes, there may be charging stations at the Public Works office and things, but until then, we have people who are using it, and I think we should recoup the money that it is being spent for these people to charge. So, is that, yes, okay. Sue's nodding, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I guess the comment that Councillor Billingsley made, that it would be at least a year before some of the dealers will have them in place. But they're talking about being a year for us to have it in place. Six months to a year is what it stated, I thought, I read.
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I may not have updated the charter completely, but when I talked to the local supplier, the stuff is in, and they said within 6 to 8 weeks, from when we award it, we should be able to get it installed.
Councillor Billingsley.
And I guess through the chair, to follow up is, I do know that one of the local businesses is investing close to $200,000 on equipment to do this. And I don't think it's, if we continue the way it is, it's really not fair that they spend $200,000 and we end up giving away the product for free. So I think it's really important.
I don't know if the interpretation is that I'm in support of giving it away. I'm not. I don't think we should be in the business of. And if we are going to be in the business of, then charge for it. But I don't think we should be in the business of it.
Fair enough.
And I'm not seeing it as being in the business of. I think it's providing a service to the community, which I think we should be charging for. I don't think that it needs to be free anymore. I have asked at the front desk. They won't give me a gas voucher.
Okay.
I think we should still have it available. And the other part of it for me, though, is it not being a full city expense with a number of grants that have been made available. I don't know that I want to do this without having a grant for it as well. I would support a motion that move forward on the electric vehicle charging station with a reserve, or not a reserve, sorry, with a grant, whether it's provincial or federal. I don't know that we should be paying for the full thing regardless of cost recovery. So I would support a motion that approves this with a grant. And if we're looking at the potential of a 40% grant, then I would include that as my amendment.
So with your change, if we do not qualify the grant,
We don't do it.
then it just continues to be free.
No, I think we should take, sorry, that would be a subsequent motion then. I don't think we should be having free power available at all, but I don't think that we should be putting in a charge station at the full expense of the city. If we are able to get it through a grant, then I would support it. If we're not, then I don't think we should have that available at all. It's been a nice to have for a number of years. And while we're finding efficiencies and cutting costs, I think that that could be one of them for sure. So my amendment would be that we would move ahead with it with at least a 40% grant to cover the costs.
So then for clarification, if that is not available to us, then it would come back to council to have it turned off or to give direction to administration at this point?
Sure. And yeah, do you have a timeline of what that grant application is?
Through the chair to council, I believe we were told that we would hear back quite quickly. I'm thinking within a couple of weeks.
So can I put it off for, with an update from administration at our second January meeting, or no, first February meeting?
Yes.
And then council can make the decision on what happens following that?
What if we changed it to a maximum of $6,000, which then that would be our portion of the 10, right? And then therefore, if we don't get the grant, there wouldn't be enough funds to do the project and it'd have to come back.
What happens if administration finds a way to do it for $6,000 without a grant? My motion is to not move ahead of this unless we have a grant. With an update coming back at the first February meeting.
Sure.
I would disagree with, with the amendment. I think that for all the arguments that have been presented, that we go ahead with this, and if we get the grant, that's excellent. And if we don't get the grant, we still have a charging station that we charge for. Thank you.
To the amendment, any further discussion? Or any further question? Those in favor? Opposed?
Too fast, man.
Sorry.
Let's try that again, please.
Okay. So to the amendment that we won't move ahead on this without at least a 40% grant from wherever administration is going to get it from. Pardon?
Oh, I messed up my vote, so it's good. Redoing
So you're glad I'm slow to the draw then?
We aren't going to move ahead on it unless we get a 40% grant, and we'll have an update at the first February meeting.
You just in the process. I'm doing my odds here. I'm working odds out right now. Because we only have, 5. Okay.
So is Karen.
When Karen's online.
Karen's working her odds as well, but totally different.
Is Karen Aberley online? No, and the reason I say what I'm saying is we're looking potentially at a tied vote here. which defeats the motion.
To the chair, I can, through iCompass, she is logged on, so I can send for votes, so we'll be able to tell. If the rest of council in the room, if you are logged into iCompass, you should see that pop up on your screen.
Okay. Councillor Aberley, it becomes a pay-for-service because what administration is proposing to put in is a pay-for-power.
Can I add to that explanation?
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to add to that explanation for Councillor Hourly, because I think that she's also wondering how we charge for it, because there would be a meter on the front of it. So then you could use your credit card or whatever to pay for it, and then it would just charge. And as it's charging, it's the same as gas. Like if you're putting in like 40 liters of gas, it would be the same for the amount of electricity. So that's how we would expense it.
And gas stations charge for air with the little meter thing or with a little tap. Okay. To the amendment. Any further discussion? I would like to see at least a 40% grant to cover the costs with an update coming back at the first February meeting. Those in favor? Opposed? No, Councillor Aberley's vote was?
There is no vote from Councillor Eberly yet. There is a minute delay for the virtual.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Okay. Motion on the floor. So the motion on the floor would be that City Council approves the electric vehicle charging station project for $10,000 with at least a 40% grant and fund it from contingency with an update coming back at the first February meeting.
Just for clarification, sorry, my question is to administration through the chair. If administration receives the information on the grant in the next short term, would administration go ahead with this project immediately, or would they have to wait until February 13th, or whatever date that we have, February 13th?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, based on the way the motion reads, we would go ahead with it.
You'd go ahead before the 13th?
Yes. We would only bring it back if we couldn't get the grant funding.
Thank you.
So the update can be that we've moved ahead with it, or look at our new machine, or we didn't get a grant for it. What would you like to do
Yep.
moving forward?
Okay, perfect.
For clarification then,
Mike?
if this amended motion fails, where does that take us?
To a motion that needs to be made following or status quo?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the amended motion?
No, so the amended motion is it only goes forward if we get a 40% grant, right? So that's the motion on the floor right now.
Correct.
Really? Okay. Okay.
Yes, that is correct. Sorry. This is-
I thought it only went back to the original motion if the amendment failed. If the amended motion fails, there is no motion on the floor. Okay. No, I know I'm saying what I thought happened, so I'm learning as well. I'm going to not nod and wait for Karen to nod.
Through the chair, Councillor Billingsley, that's correct.
Okay. Anything further? Nope. Ready for the question? Those in favor? No. The amended motion. 40% grant. The amendment has passed. We're on the amended motion. With the amendment, yep. With the amendment, which is a 40% grant. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You're so happy what? You and me both. But I'm also happy that I learned something along the way. Okay. Need a motion to go in camera. Councillor Blatz, please include section 17 to our section 24 of in camera.
Like when I say the thing?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, my brain's not here. I move that City Council proceeds with the meeting in an in-camera session to discuss a matter which falls under Section 24 and 17 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act exceptions to disclose.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of camera, please. Moved by Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried. We are going to break for lunch until 1:20. welcome back. Do you want motions coming out of camera now or during new business now? Okay. Excuse me. We had 2 motions or 3 motions coming out of camera? The investigation one, sanctions, and is it just the 2?
Yeah, I think there's just 2.
Oh, and the change of the council date for January. I thought there was 3. All right, looking for a motion to change the date for our January meeting from, what are the 2, January 9th and 23rd, and having it just as January 16th. Okay. Looking for that motion, please. Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. I think Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council directs administration to pursue an agreement with the proponent for item number 1, as per the in-camera discussion on November 28th, 2022, and report back to council with an update on the progress of these discussions by the end of Q1 2023.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Third motion coming out of in-camera will deal with sanctions for Councillor Lonsdale. The sanctions proposed would be sanctions that may be imposed on a member of council, which will include a letter of reprimand addressed to the member from council. I'll send it over to you. Letter of reprimand addressed to the member of council from council. Demand the member of council to issue a letter of apology, publication of a letter of reprimand, and requesting apology of the member's response, a requirement to attend training, suspension or removal of the appointment of the member as the deputy chief elected official, a suspension or removal from some or all council committees and bodies to which council has the right to appoint. So any board or committee that Councillor Lonsdale is appointed to currently, and restriction on travel and representation on behalf of council. Looking for someone to make that motion. Councillor Billingsley.
So moved. The only 2244 requirement of attending training, would that not be of the councillor's financial obligation?
Correct, yep. Requirement to attend training paid for by the councillor. Yes, thank you.
Would you like this reread then, or just accept as?
No, you can make the motion that the sanctions listed
Okay.
will be imposed.
I move that City Council, what word am I looking for? Impose sanctions on Councillor Lonsdale defined in.
Yep. I'm going to send it over right now.
Thank you.
And effective immediately. So any of the boards or committees that he's been on, we can have that discussion that whether it's all or some of the boards and committees he currently sits on. Sorry, and I should have asked, do you have a list of the appointments Councillor Lonsdale has for boards and committees? Please, yep.
To the chair, the boards are The Emergency Advisory Committee, the Intermunicipal Relations Committee, and the Wetaskiwin Area Lodge Authority.
Through the chair to council, the EAC is all members of council, so if you remove him from that, we would have to change the other bylaw, the DEM bylaw, or
okay.
emergency management.
So he'll stay on the Emergency Advisory Committee? Okay. So WALA, IRC, that was it? Okay. Okay for being removed of both? Okay. Anything further to the motion? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Can I make a motion in regards to appointing a councillor to the WALA board?
Yes. Skip carried 1 second.
I was going to council appoint Councillor Nielsen to the WALA board.
Do you accept that appointment?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Effective immediately?
We'll leave that one for the IRC. Would you like to sit on that committee?
Sure.
Okay. Can somebody make the motion to appoint Councillor Billingsley? Councillor Elliott? Councillor Elliott. Sorry. Oh, no, we didn't. It was just a nod. Looking for, sorry, we need to vote on the appointment of Councillor Nielsen to the WALA board. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I would move that we appoint Councillor Billingsley to the IRC.
And accepted by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Could we have a motion to direct the city manager to go home?
I think under the limited powers that the mayor has, he can just tell her to.
Okay.
This gives us, all right. Item 15, new business. Councillor Blatt's attendance to FCM Sustainability Conference.
Alrighty, thank you. So, narrow.
Do you want me to make the motion first?
She can speak to it, and then you can make the motion.
Okay.
Thank you for being as excited as I am. As you guys know, at the last meeting, I deferred this motion to this meeting because I was in Ottawa last week and they wanted to give us more information about this. So essentially, GMF has decided that they will pay for all GMF council members' attendance to go to the Sustainable Communities Conference. They will be paying for flights, hotel, and registration. And so essentially, all I'm asking from council is approval to go to Ottawa and approval of per diems because I'm not receiving honorarium for attending this conference. Some of the responsibilities I'm going to be having is that I actually get to lead a session called Embedding Equity in Climate Decision Making, and I also get to lead a workshop on that as well. And I just got asked this morning to moderate one of the 3 plenary panels with a discussion on the economic advantage for climate action. So that'll be on February 10th, 9th and 10th. That I'll be doing that. So I am just asking for approval.
Councillor Elliott?
I would move that City Council approve Councillor Blatt's going to the Sustainable Communities Conference in Ottawa, February 7th to 10th. Mr. Mayor, if I may go further, we used to send a representative or two from council. Sometimes there was a staff member as well, and it's very worthwhile in that the information is there, but you get to interact and network with a lot of the people who deal in the funding and granting, which really sometimes helps us to maybe negotiate. So I would definitely be in favor of this.
Anything further? Oh, it's pretty. That's where mine went. Sorry. Anything further? Ready for the question, those in favor? Carried. And this is just for per diems, travel, and all other expenses are being covered by RCMP. 15B, notice of motion, Councillor Nielsen.
No, I haven't had time to put that together with administration.
Moving along, item 15C, 2023 operating budget and 2023 capital budget.
Mr. Mayor and Council, the purpose of this agenda item is to obtain council approval for the 2023 operating and capital budgets. Administration informed council at the regular council meeting in October that the 2023 budget was projected to require an increase for every $100,000 of assessment for property owners would see an increase of approximately $750 a month, and non-residentials about $15 a month per $100,000 of assessment. This was primarily due to decreased revenue projections, the increase in the RCMP contract, and inflationary costs in many areas such as power, gas, and building supplies. Council deliberated on the 2023 operating capital budgets from November 7th to the 9th, and at the end of the deliberations, the 2023 operating budget projected an increase in the tax requirement of $923,415. For every $100,000 of assessment, property owners would now see an estimated increase of approximately $457 per month and non-residential of $913 per month. The 2023 capital budget now totals $4,244,440. Just to further in that, by adopting the 2023 operating budget, Council is giving approval to administration to draft the 2023 tax rate bylaw with the approved budget adjustments. And just a reminder that Council will have a final opportunity to review the tax requirement prior to final approval of the tax rate bylaw. The tax rate bylaw will give administration the authority to levy the taxes in order to fund the services as approved in the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council approves the 2023 operating budget in the amount of $39,195,510.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? So I had proposed taking 2.25% out of stabilization to lower the increase, and I'm trying to think of the years being on council, not having reserves available. Not that this year is any different, but it's a large tax increase, and it's similar for everybody across the province. And I'm not sure if we're doing a disservice, excuse me, to future councils or the city in general by taking out of reserves for that. And I know that I had proposed it, but I don't know if I'm having second thoughts on it or not. So I'm looking for some feedback. Go ahead.
I'm not disagreeing with you, as I think I stated that you're really kicking the problem down the road to next year. Having said that, where that money's come from, it's still just approving the $39 million we're being spent, right?
Yeah.
It's not addressing where that money's coming from. We're just approving the operating amount. So where that money comes from, whether it's out of reserve or not, I don't know if that necessarily speaks to this motion. Is that fair? But I'm not disagreeing with what
Yeah.
you're saying.
At this point, that it would include where we've already indicated those funds to come from. So the
So it
approval
does
of the
speak to-
budget
Yes.
would include that 2.25% does come from that reserve.
Well,
So whether it's a 6.7% increase or a 5.7%, whatever we had landed on, and I know that we had, in theory, had approved the 2.25. I've had a lot of time to think about it over the last couple of weeks. I've talked to other mayors and councilors, especially at my Alberta Municipalities Board level. I'm struggling with it.
so I guess my question then would be to Barb, because I don't have the information in front of us. We'd be pulling that money out of the
Stabilization reserve.
Do we contribute to that every year? And how much, and if we do or do not, how much is sitting there? And really, what's it there for?
The reason it's there is to,
I know, so, but if we're not going to be using it for that, why are we putting it in there? And then if we're never going to be doing that, then shouldn't we reallocating that monies that are sitting in that reserve to something else?
yeah. No, yeah. That's why it's there, and facing an almost 7% increase, or over a 7% increase, says that that's probably so now I'm talking myself into circles, and I figured out that I'm okay with it. I'd been wrestling with it for a while. Go ahead, Barb.
You would, of course, at the time when you set the tax rate, have an opportunity to make any adjustments at that time as well.
Oh, great, so I'll get to wrestle with it longer.
That's all I ever asked for. Give me more time to think about it.
Go ahead, Councillor Aberle.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
And okay, perfect. We did talk about this during budget deliberations, and again, I'm just going to reiterate, maybe it'll help you stop struggling, that is what it's there for. And we are in this really, really hard situation this year where we do have things coming to us that we couldn't decide. So remain comfortable in our decision to be taking money out of the stabilization for this year, but not leaving it forward, continuing to do that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Anything further? Motion on the floor is to approve the 2023 operating budget in the amount of $39,195,510. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council approves the 2023 capital budget in the amount of $4,244,440 to be funded from sources noted in attachment number 3 titled the 5-Year Capital Investment Plan for years 2023 to years 2027.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Could you repeat that motion, please?
I move that City Council approves the 2023 capital budget in the amount of $4,244,440 to be funded from sources noted in attachment 3 titled the 5-Year Capital Investment Plan for years 2023 to 2027.
Yeah, okay.
Anything further? Councillor Nielsen.
I just want some clarification then on the capital portions. Items that we did not approve in our deliberations, are they just automatically rolled into 2024 on the spreadsheet for the purposes of not losing them? Or is it being seen as a recommendation to be doing them in 2024? Through the chair to Sue, I guess.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Administration tries to place them strategically so that we're getting the assets rehabilitated in a timely manner and keeping in mind resources and funding availability. The unfunded pieces for this year are purposely left there, and then SLT will decide with leadership each year what the priorities are. So roads, for instance, could change depending on what kind of winter we have, and we would reprioritize those.
Great, thank you.
Anything further? Motion is to approve the 2023 capital budget in the amount of $4,244,440, funded from sources noted in attachment 3. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Is there anything further, Sue? We will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.